on the far podium. I'd invite you to take your seats, please. We're going to begin. Can I call on the chaplain? Please.
The Lord be with you. The Lord be with you.
Also with you.
Strong mothering God, we thank you for nourishing us with food, with fellowship, with fun, and with friends. We ask you to be with us this afternoon as we continue to meet in your name for your church. Be with us in decisions that we have to make. Help us to participate in presentations and in Bible studies. Help us to elect members to National Church Council. And help us to be your faithful Lutherans gathered together. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'm going to call on the Chair of Reference and Council. Again, Boston. Have you noticed that we have under 30 people on Reference and Council? And on the Committee on the Conduct of Elections, so. Boston.
Hello again. All right. So the Committee of Reference and Council has generated 2 additional motions since our last report. Don't worry. So the first motion that we'll cover is unfinished business, and the motion is as follows: that any unfinished business from the 2025 National Convention agenda be referred to the National Church Council. And our rationale is that National Church Council is responsible for ELCIC business between conventions, and we recommend adoption.
The motion is moved and seconded. Any discussion? We're going to do our best to let all the business come to you. Are you ready to vote? All those in, let's do it by hand. All those in favor? And opposed? It's carried. Thank you very much.
Our next motion is expressing gratitude for rejoicing in hope, and the motion is that the 2025 National Convention extend our thanks to all those who made it possible for us to be gathered together as church and to conduct our business. Bishop Susan Johnson, National Church Council, National Church staff, Synod bishops, Convention Planning Committee, Worship Committee, the Committee on Conduct of Elections, Code of Conduct Complaint Handling Committee, all University of Manitoba staff, our avian tech team, volunteers, our chaplain, all special guests, and thank you to all delegates who took time to be present and actively participate, especially those delegates who used vacation time to be here. And so we recommend adoption.
Thank you very much. I noticed that the Committee of Reference and Council was missing on that list. I'm sure it's just a little slip up. I'm going to thank you eventually anyhow. So, it comes moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Yeah, it takes a lot of hard work to put on a convention. Any of you who have been involved in that, in a convention before at synod or national level or in other fields of your life, you know that. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next motion is creation of a National Youth and Young Adult Council. The motion is as follows. We recommend that the National Church Council create a National Youth and Young Adult Council in consultation and collaboration with youth/young adults across the ELCIC as an advisory board to the National Church Council. And the rationale: youth require our own organization to advise the National Church Council on decisions that impact the future. The youth are told that we are not just the future, but the present of the church, yet we fight for our voices and needs to be heard. A motion like this is not just words, but an action to create a space for youth within the existing ELCIC national structure. Our voices should be heard and opinions considered when making decisions that will affect us all. As young adults in the ELCIC, we deeply care about the church and want to contribute meaningfully to its life and mission. Creating a National Youth and Young Adult Council would provide a consistent and collaborative space for youth and young adults amongst their peers across Canada to share their voices, experiences, and faith with church leadership, ensuring our presence is not only welcomed, but also valued. We want to be more than the rarity or anomaly that many of us are within our congregations and synods. And the recommendation of reference in council is that this motion be adopted.
It is before you. Speaking to the motion. Microphone 2.
Murray Patswell, delegate from Saskatchewan Synod. A word of clarification. What staff is going to be associated if indeed this initiative is taken forward? And secondly, how will those delegates be identified?
That would be the task of NCC, who is forming this council in consultation to devise. Speaking to the motion? Ready to vote? All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Thank you. It's carried. Okay, you know that no clapping thing? Just reminding you, I'll let it go for that one, but we don't clap because other people won't be offended by that, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. So our next motion is solidarity with Palestine. And the motion is as follows. In solidarity with the people of Teba in the Israeli-occupied territory of the West Bank of Palestine, the ELCIC decries attacks on Palestinian Christians, their churches, towns, and land. We call on the national bishop to continue the work of advocacy on behalf of the ELCIC, to be in solidarity with our Arab Christian sisters, brothers, and siblings in the Holy Land. We call on our national bishop to continue to pray and advocate for a just peace for all people in the Holy Land, and to encourage our partners to join us in the prayers and efforts. And the rationale: illegal aggressive attacks by illegal settlers in the West Bank against Christian and Muslim residents of Teba has deeply affected the community of Teba. Residents, lands, buildings, and even places of worship have been attacked. There seems to be little repercussions for those who commit these illegal and harmful acts. It is important our sisters, brothers, and siblings in Christ in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Jordan and the Holy Land know we are in solidarity with them, and they are in our prayers. And the recommendation from reference in council is that this motion be adopted.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded and before you. Speaking to the motion. Microphone 2.
Thank you. Laura Hulk, rostered ABT Synod, no pronouns. We already have in our social statements policy regarding peace in the Middle East and the recognition and solidarity with the churches in the West Bank and Jordan. And part of those recommendations call upon all of us to educate ourselves, to educate our congregations and ourselves, and to work at the congregational synod and national level to stand in solidarity and to speak out about the injustices that are happening in the Holy Land. And particularly, this isn't mentioned in the social statement because we're very cognizant of the way politics can interplay our social statements, but particularly, I will say, because the nation of Israel is not held bound by any international law. There are all kinds of international laws that prohibit the kind of actions that have been taking place and the atrocities and horrendous events that have been perpetrated against the Palestinian people since 1948, but particularly in the last, I will say, 30 years. And we tend to be rather silent about this, and we tend to be swayed by what the media says about what Israel deserves. Israel, of course, deserves the right to exist, but so do the Palestinian people. And they no clapping please, they have the right to live unfettered in the place of their birth and to live in an unfettered way without checkpoints. They deserve food and water, they deserve building rights, they deserve rebuilding rights, but even above that, they deserve not to have their homes and bulldozed and their hospitals bombed, their children terrified. Someone said to me recently, if I were to attend one funeral a day for every child that has been killed in Gaza since October 7th, and this was said to me 6 months ago, I would be going to a funeral every day of my life for 50 years. To this end, I've been working with a committee in the United Church of Canada to develop a Palestinian land exercise to help facilitate education for congregations. What I will say to this motion is that it does not go far enough. I will not make an amendment because we already have a social statement, but I will just impress upon everyone in this room and the congregations that you serve to take advantage of the resources that are before us, to not only ask our bishop to continue this work, Susan for the rest of her term, and Larry as you begin, but for all of us to know this is not their work alone. This is a work that calls for nonviolence, justice, and equity, and the root of Lutheranism in the world is justice and peace. Martin Luther said that our love of God should drive us to mundane service of our neighbor, and that especially means those who are oppressed and persecuted, and now who are having a genocide committed against them. So I speak in favor of the motion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Lauren Corbett, BC Synod, she, her. I speak in favor of this motion as well, because I think it is important not to stand beside and watch as a genocide occurs without saying anything or doing anything. And while this is, obviously, there are more that we could do, more that we should do, this is a good thing to do regardless, in my personal opinion. And so I think it is a good idea to continue with this and speak out as much as we can, because ethically, to me, morally, as many probably would agree, genocide and killing of children and people and taking over land is not what I view as a holy thing to do. So I would suggest that this is a good thing to put forth at the very least. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further speaking? Microphone 2.
Sherry Coleman, roster delegate, Eastern Synod. I'm just looking for a clarification on why specifically Tebe.
Because it's recently been attacked.
Okay, thank you.
Multiple times. Katrina?
Katrina Vegan, she, her, L, National Church Council. I brought forward this motion regarding specifically this community because it is one of the less majority Christian communities in the West Bank, and it is currently experiencing violence. So it is in the news right now, if you're reading the news.
Thank you. Seeing no one else approaching the microphones, are you ready to vote? All those in favor, show a hand. And opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
Sure thing.
What? It's off.
All right. So our next motion is bylaw amendment, and the motion is as follows. That Part 9, Section 2 of the ELCIC Administrative Bylaws be amended to include synodical bishops as members of NCC. The proposed wording is as follows. In addition to the officers, the National Church Council shall consist of 5 rostered members, 1 from each synod, 5 laypersons, 1 from each synod, the bishop of each synod, and 1 layperson at large from the synod with the most baptized members. There shall be 1 additional member appointed by the Council of General Synod of the Anglican Church of Canada for a term to be determined by COGS. And the rationale? Synodical bishops are elected in each synod to provide leadership and direction within our church. However, synodical bishops currently have voice but not vote within NCC and at National Convention. We believe that the people entrusted with leading our church should have the ability to vote on matters of our church. There is no financial implication to this motion since synodical bishops are already present at NCC and National Convention. It would raise the total number of delegates at National Convention by 5. The recommendation of reference in council is that this resolution be referred to National Church Council, and our rationale is that this action requires a bylaw amendment. On the adopted agenda for this convention, there is no longer time to amend the bylaws. NCC reviews the Constitution and bylaws as part of its ongoing work.
Thank you. The motion to refer is before you. Microphone 2.
Yes, Murray Passwold, my apologies to the convention. I'm wondering if the mover would appreciate a friendly motion where I'd like to make an amendment that
The motion to refer is what's on the table right now, Murray, not the motion itself.
Okay, I'll wait to speak
Thank
to
you.
it then.
Microphone 2.
So sorry for the delay. Karen Coonert, Eastern Synod, she, her. I would like to speak in favor of moving the resolution to refer to National Church Council. In the structure and development of the church, the balance of the 1 national bishop and the multiple synodical bishops is something that needs thoughtful consideration in this regard. And I do believe National Church Council is the right body to consider all of the nuances in this time of transition that we're in. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Jim Whaley from BC Synod. For information, is it not possible for bylaw amendments to pass unanimously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, just want to remind people of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else approaching the mics, are you ready to vote? All in favor of the motion to refer this to NCC, please raise your hands. Thank you. And opposed? Thank you. It's carried.
Our next motion, adding 2 young adult members to National Church Council. And the motion is as follows. We recommend that the National Church Council change the administrative bylaws to include 2 additional members between 18 and 30 years of age who will act as liaisons to the National Youth and Young Adult Council. And the rationale. As young adults in the ELCIC, we deeply care about the church and want to contribute meaningfully to its life and mission. The youth in this church are underrepresented on our National Church Council. It is important that there be members on council who will serve as youth representatives. Having 2 young adult members on the National Church Council would create a direct and intentional relationship between the NCC and the emerging generation of church leaders, helping to ensure decisions reflect the needs and hopes of all age groups. This change would demonstrate the ELCIC's commitment to walking with youth and young adults as partners in ministry today, not just preparing them for leadership tomorrow. And the recommendation of reference in council is that this resolution be referred to National Church Council. And our rationale: this action requires a bylaw amendment. On the adopted agenda for this convention, there is no longer time to amend the bylaws. NCC reviews the Constitution and bylaws as part of its ongoing work.
Thank you. The motion to refer this to NCC is before you. Murray?
Murray Passwold, Saskatchewan Synod. I really appreciate this motion. The only thing that I would strongly recommend that if we could put a time frame for the National Church Council to report back to the next convention on their decision.
Again, we're talking about the motion to refer now, not the actual motion.
Is it not appropriate? I'm sorry. I'm asking for there be some time limit that they would report back to us.
Okay, unfortunately, you already spoke, so you can't make that amendment. But if somebody wants to hear that and make that amendment, the referral could be amended. Microphone 1.
Jeannie Martinson, Saskatchewan Synod. I think there were comments made earlier that are well-founded about this, with having the synod bishops on council fundamentally changes how the council works in those numbers. I think this relates to that as well, adding more people to council. I don't know if this, and part of it is whether these 2 people would have votes, and if they do, that really does require some deeper thinking. And so I suggest that it be in favor of reference to council.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Sarah Wynot, Eastern Synod, she, her. It's a similar, my question is relating to what happened before. Just if this is approved, if we refer to council, could you give us some kind of general timeline in which we could actually see action if it was recommended and then approved? Is it 3 years or is it 6 years?
It would be 3 years.
3 years?
I mean, all of the actions of National Church Council are discussed very early in the meeting following convention. I mean, all the motions of National Convention are discussed by National Church Council early in their first meeting after convention.
Okay.
And decisions are made in terms of how things will be responded and what the timelines are going to be. But since this is a very specific ask about a bylaw change, I'm sure it would be handled with a recommendation back to convention.
Okay, thank you.
In 2028.
Okay, I just want to, I feel if we could do it today, it would be great. We just really need youth.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Rachel Schwartz, Eastern Synod, she, her. I am going to vote to defeat this current motion because I think that this is the work of this assembled body here. And we're talking about youth and we're talking about reviving our direction. And we have youth that are here and that are anxious and willing to participate in a meaningful way. And I think sometimes the church has a hard time figuring out how to make that happen in a timely fashion. So as we have seen already today, we can choose to defeat this motion, wordsmith the original motion, and make it something that is actionable. And if we want to show the youth that are here that we're serious about that, I think that we need to defeat this motion. We need to actually bring this to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Hello, my name's Abigail McGuire. I am from the Eastern Synod. I use she, her pronouns, and I am one of the youth members that helped create this motion. I would like to speak in favor of recommending this resolution to NCC. As we were discussing, we realized there were a lot of bylaw amendments that would need to be made in order to allow our two youth representatives onto the National Church Council. That being said, I would also like to just share my voice as one of the youth that helped create this, and I wrote a little speech, so if you see me reading off my phone, I'm reading off my phone. The youth here today are here because we want to be. We weren't forced by our parents, our families, or our pastors. We're here because we made the choice to travel on our own time, taking time off of our work, school, or vacations. We all came because we love this church and this community. Like many organizations, we all came because we want this community. Like many organizations, our voices aren't always heard. We are young, we are easy to talk over, we don't always know the proper terms, bylaws, and rules that need to be followed. We think that this is important for just the youth to have our voices and carve out our own names. I went off script, sorry. Since meeting each other on Wednesday, the topic that keeps coming up the most is around representation and our voice. We are being told that we are not just the future of this church, but the current present. However, many of us don't feel that way, especially as we're not represented by the leadership guiding our change of the church. Like many organizations, youth voices can be easily discounted. Even when we are present, discussing important issues, many of us have experienced being drowned out. Maybe it's because we're young, or maybe it's because we have new opinions that don't fit in with the current rhetoric. This motion looks to fix this by not only welcoming youth via the National Youth and Young Adult Council, but by creating and carving out a space for youth to have our voices heard and respected on the national level and with our older peers. So I appreciate you all listening to me ramble a little bit, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Fred Mertz from the Eastern Synod. Just a point of clarification. So the motion reads, we recommend that the National Church Council. So I'm not quite sure why we need to refer to National Church Council if the motion already reads that we're going to recommend National Church Council to take action.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the motion says recommend to?
Yeah, that's right. So I'm not sure why the motion here is to refer back to NCC if the original motion already recommends NCC to make changes.
No, this is being directive to NCC oh, well.
I don't believe the motion, the original motion is asking for bylaw changes. It's asking for NCC to enact bylaw changes. So there's no need to refer back to NCC because that's what this motion is doing.
But when we refer back to NCC, we're asking them to consider this as an option. It's
rather than as a recommendation.
Rather than directing them.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
The other thing is in reference in council, or I mean in the, in Bruno? No. Yeah, in the reference in council documents, if you remember reading that, it says that anything with budgetary amounts needs to be referred to NCC, so it can be included into the budget. Adding 2 people to NCC would have a budgetary implication, and that's why the referral for consideration.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Courtney Reedman Parker, she, her, hers, MNO Synod, rostered delegate. I'm here today as a rostered delegate because people made space for me in the church when youth didn't have a voice or vote at these conventions. People like my beloved colleague, Pastor Cliff Reinhardt, people like Bishop Kathy, Bishop Elaine, Bishop Crucial. No, he's not a bishop. Ooh, sorry. It's been foretold, Eric. Because people like my colleague pastor, Eric Crucial, tapped me on the shoulder and said, "You have gifts that we need in this church." Having young adults, youth voices on NCC isn't just about saying you're important, it's also about planning and tapping people on the shoulder to say, God has plans for you and for us, and building the leadership that we know is already here and want to be around the table. I speak in opposition to referring this motion to reference and counsel for comments already been made about that we need to enact these things now.
Thank you. I see no one else approaching the microphone. So the vote right now is on the referral to NCC. We'll use hands again. All those in favor, show of hands. And opposed? Thank you, it's carried. Say two?
One more, do we have time?
No, not now. We'll
No,
come back.
Okay, sounds good.
Is there just one more?
Well, we should come back. We should come back.
Let's honor what's on the agenda here. Okay.
Okay.
And by coming back, it means we're going to extend into dinner a little bit, just so you know. Okay? I'm going to call on the chair of the Elections Committee to come forward, please.
Could we get the first slide, please? On our second ballot for vice chairperson, there were 151 ballots cast, no spoiled ballots, which means 151 eligible ballots, and that means 101 are required to elect. Next slide. Bruce Cook, 119. Boston Lafierte, 14. Sarah Harrington, 4. Rebecca Wong, 4. Robert Granke, 2. Rebecca Anderson, 1. Cheryl Bauer Hyde, 1. Ben Johnson Ure, 1. Anthony Kubler, 1. Next slide. Sally Manarakosi, 1. John Nilsson, I'm sorry about your name last time, 1. Deb Roberts, 1. Laureen Ray, 1.
Thank you very much. I declare Bruce Cook elected. You want to come accept it?
Thank you very much for electing me for my second term. I'm really, really excited and invigorated by the work that is ahead of us. There's a lot to do, and I'm excited about facing today and dreaming for the future. I'm excited about listening to your voice and doing things differently and understanding that and taking that commitment seriously. So to all of you delegates, I've been listening and I've heard the conversations, and my commitment to you is to fulfill your wishes, to do things differently, and to be bold in our initiatives. So I thank you for your support and for electing me your vice chair.
We're going to proceed to the ballots for NCC and the Court of Appeal. Let me explain to you how this is going to go. You will remember that when we had when the Committee on Nominations brought the nominations forward to you, there were pairs of names, except in one case. but several positions to be filled in both of those places. We're just going to do it one spot at a time, so that means we're going to vote fairly frequently now, but that we will hear all of the results later on because it's going to take some while to sort it out. But we think it'll be faster if we just keep doing the voting. Okay, does that make sense to you? So I would ask for the first vote to be pushed out. So this is National Church Council BC Lay.
Yeah, that's what we're reading. It's not the Court of Appeal.
Pardon?
It's not the Court of Appeal, right? This is saying something else. They pulled it back.
Oh, that's... The vote went out correctly, the screen was wrong. So we are voting for National Church Council BC layperson. Okay? That's what we're voting for. Is anyone having problems voting? Can you put up a hand if you are? There's somebody at table 10. Microphone 1.
Anathy, delegate from the Alberta Synod. Just a quick question. Should we have started praying before we started voting for NCC? Or do we not need it because we had praying before we had the other voting? We also prayed yesterday.
Well, you're already voting. So I suggest we continue this vote. Trust me, I'm praying. And we'll ask Peter to pray for all following ballots afterwards. Is there anyone who has not had a chance to vote yet? Okay, then I declare voting closed, and we'll move on to the next ballot. And this is the ballot for BC rostered. Is there anyone having difficulty voting? Table 3. Right up front here. Is there anyone else having voting challenges? Okay, great. I declare voting closed. And we'll go for our next ballot, which should be Alberta lay. It's before you. Anyone having difficulty voting? There's a hand up at table. No, it's okay? All right. Has anyone not yet had a chance to vote? Then I will declare voting closed, and we will move on to Alberta rostered. Again, is anyone having difficulty voting? Table 3. Victoria. Are we okay? All right, I'm going to declare voting closed. And we will move on. What did we just do? Oh, Alberta rostered, right? So it's Saskatchewan lay. Anyone having difficulties voting? I'll give you another few seconds. Has everyone had a chance to vote? I declare voting closed. And we move to Saskatchewan rostered. Anyone having difficulty voting? I declare voting closed. And we move on to Manitoba lay. Manitoba, Northwestern Ontario lay. Anyone having difficulty voting? Has everyone had a chance to vote? I declare voting closed. And we will continue then to M&O rostered. Any voting problems? I'll declare voting closed. And we move on to Eastern Lay 1. Any voting challenges? Oh, somebody on table 16. Oh, sorry, yeah. Microphone 2.
Sharon Kane, Saskatchewan Synod. Can we go a little slower? Sorry, I'm just need a little more time.
That's fine. Has everyone had the chance to vote? I declare voting closed. And we move on to Eastern Lay 2. Has everyone had the chance to vote? I declare voting closed. And we move on to the Court of Appeal and the first lay position. Any voting problems? Bless you, bless you, bless you. Has everyone had the chance to vote? I don't see anyone. I declare voting closed. Lay 3. Any technical problems? Has everyone had a chance to vote? I declare voting closed. Court of Appeal rostered 1. Has everyone had the chance to vote? I declare voting closed, and we'll move on to Court of Appeal rostered 2. Has everyone had a chance to vote? And I'll declare voting closed. And that is it for now. I'm delighted to call on the Reverend Margaret Rose, Deputy for Ecumenical and Interreligious Relations of the Episcopal Church, to bring greetings.
I wish I could run a meeting like you run a meeting. So I'm just going to start by saying thank you for that. And that was the quickest voting I have ever heard. It may not feel quick here, but let me tell you, from the perspective of the Episcopal Church, AKA Anglican, it was fast. So thank you for that. Thank you also. I am so grateful to be here and to be among ecumenical siblings, Lutherans, of course, but also Anglicans, Mennonites, Moravians, and I suspect even more, learning from each of you about what it means to be partners in repairing the world. Most especially when my own part of the world is where divide and conquer, making the greatest deal, celebrity fame and the power of one are destroying communities where once we rejoiced in cultural and national diversity. I am not here today to talk so much about that, but nevertheless here to bring greetings and a word of thanks from your Episcopal Church partners. From Bishop Sean Rowe, our presiding bishop installed last November, and also from our former presiding bishops, who you know well, Bishop Michael Curry, Catherine Jeffords Shorey, and even Frank Griswold, now gone to glory. all of them are rejoicing in our coming together, including, I am quite sure, from heaven itself. These greetings today, as I said, are from beyond the border, or perhaps even from beyond the borders, plural. And I ask for your prayers. Thank you for those. For I believe that the church we share is a church whose lines of demarcation allow the movement of the Spirit in and through geography, in and through theology, in and through walls of exclusion, literal and figurative. In these perilous times, I'm particularly mindful and grateful for the theme of this synod. For as we strive to rejoice in hope, our diversity and our unity is a hope-filled sign. For even though as we rejoice in hope, we have to read the rest of that verse, and I give thanks for that too, for it says from St. Paul, accompanying instructions on the reality of what it takes to get to hope. Patience in suffering, for there will be and there is suffering. Perseverance in prayer. I'm going to say that again, perseverance in prayer. For we are, in the words of Zechariah, prisoners of hope. And in prayer and in constant willingness to have some patience in suffering, we will get there. I join you today because the Episcopal Church, along with you and the ELCA and the Anglican Church of Canada, and soon the Moravian Church, are in a full communion relationship. In that capacity, this is not the first time I have visited Winnipeg. Not my first attendance at an ELCIC and sometimes combined ACC National Convention or Synod. Note, I did not say joint synod. Each visit has been an amazing learning. In Winnipeg, you hosted one of the early meetings here of what we then called the four-way. North American Lutherans and Anglicans discerning how we might live and work together. The meeting was great. Winnipeg was astonishing in March. The beauty of the ice in winter, and I have to say that the cold notwithstanding, even from a person from rural Georgia, but also that Museum of Human Rights, where it became clear to me that Americans had much to learn about telling the stories of our colonialized and ancient past. My last visit among you was the Anglican Lutheran National Convention and Synod, where we shared a love feast with Moravians one day, and the next a liturgy celebrating and commemorating the full communion of our four churches. A beautiful ceramic chalice and paten from the ELCIC now graces the chapel in New York City of our church. The exchange of gifts in that liturgy marked not only our Eucharistic hospitality, but also our commitment to becoming churches committed to the inclusion of all, to justice for all, to creation care, to telling the truth about our past, to being in solidarity with the places we are all most marginalized and vulnerable. Thankfully, the four-way has now officially become Churches Beyond Borders. That, as we expand in the ways that Betsy Miller talked about a few hours ago, working together again for all those same purposes. How did we get here? How did we become churches beyond borders? According to extremely unverified sources, it started as long ago as 2005 with a conversation. That's how most relationships begin, in fact, with Bishop Frank Griswold from the Episcopal Church of Blessed Memory. And it was at an Anglican synod in Toronto. And that conversation was with Archbishop Andrew Hutchison. I think they felt a little lonely, and they agreed that they were working with the ELCIC and the ELCA, and it was time to meet together. And so they decided to meet the next year with their Lutheran counterparts, ELCIC National Bishop. I'm not quite sure if it was Bishop Telmore Sortison or Raymond Schultz. The dates are Raymond Schultz. The dates were a little unclear when I was doing my unverifiable research. And also in the ELCA with Mark Hansen. But that meeting led to so many more. And in the years that followed, there were regular heads of communion meetings, including Bishop Susan Johnson, who, since 2007, has been the consistently present leader and consistently prophetic leader among us. Ecumenical staff became involved. Together, we offered Advent devotions, statements on vital pressing issues, shared meditations and actions on gender justice, work among staff counterparts, particularly related to racial justice at every level. And by 2022, our churches had the canonical infrastructure for what we had been doing all along. A sign of hope, a cause for rejoicing, not only in our present time of division, but also one that will continue to bear fruit, and in which we continue to hear the fervent prayer of Jesus to his disciples, that all may be one. Hope for the future, patient in suffering, praying, praying, praying. Where do we go from here? Each of our churches in the space of a year will have elected a new leader. We are all dealing with similar issues, both internally and in the political worlds we are living in. In the Episcopal Church, it's what we're calling realignment. You and our partners are doing the same in different ways, reshaping our church structures for better connections locally, focusing resources in communities and on ecumenical partnerships, and serving the most vulnerable. We are, I hope, like I have been hearing from you, becoming, as our presiding bishop Sean Rowe said in a July 4th letter, a church no longer of the presidents, which the Episcopal Church once was, but a church of the resistance. Resistance to white supremacy, resistance to Christian nationalism, resistance to a government of travel bans and exclusions, a church of resistance to fast-tracking those who were not refugees at all, while refusing to let enter those who have been vetted for years. Along with you, we are churches engaged in a reckoning of our past. In our case, complicity in slavery and also residential schools of indigenous children, and so much more. And we too are working to see how best to make reparations and come to repair and healing. There is so much more to rejoice about in the future, and so much good work and good trouble to make as one body in Christ, not in sameness, but in all our difference and diversity and many gifts. So I will leave it there, but simply say one final thing, and that is a thank you to Bishop Susan. We would not be where we are in these churches beyond borders +++ without you. Here is a letter I bring, which you'll get in paper and on your email, but I want to read it aloud to this whole group. It's a letter from Bishop Sean Rowe, and he begins like this because he doesn't know about the first name thing yet. Dear Bishop Johnson, as you step into retirement after so many faithful years of ministry, I write with deep gratitude and admiration for all you have offered to the Church in Canada, across North America, and throughout the global body of Christ. Since your election as National Bishop of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Canada in 2007, you have led with vision, courage, and a generous spirit. Your prophetic witness has been especially clear in times of crisis and moral call. In the face of closed borders and travel bans in the United States, you welcomed refugees in Canada and in your church in the spirit of Christ's radical hospitality. Your dedication to truth, justice, and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in Canada has borne witness to the gospel's call to healing, humility, and transformation, and is a lesson for us. You have helped the church listen more deeply, walk more faithfully in this sacred work. Your commitment to unity and ecumenical relations has left a lasting legacy, most notably here among us in your instrumental role in forging churches beyond borders. The Episcopal Church has been blessed by your presence as an ecumenical guest of several of our general conventions, and you have helped make visible the unity Christ prayed for in John 17, that all may be one. Thank you, Bishop Johnson, for your faithful service, your unwavering commitment to justice, and your deep love of the church and the world God so loves. As you enter this new chapter, may rest, joy, and the Spirit's continued guidance be yours in abundance. Faithfully, Sean Rowe, presiding bishop and primate of the Episcopal Church. Thank you, Bishop Susan.
Thank you, that was lovely. You must have written it. And here's a token from us to you. Thank you, Margaret Rose. You have blessed us with your presence and with your words. Thank you so much. And now, winning the award for who traveled the furthest to get here, although we might have to fight it out with Sonia a bit, but I'd like to call on Bishop-elect Ahmad Haddad from the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Jordan and the Holy Land. Please. I've known Ahmad for many years now, as he was fairly new in ministry, and now to watch him come to this place where he is bishop-elect is just a delight. So proud of you, yeah.
Since 2009, 8?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, dear church, thank you for giving me this chance to be with you here, to speak to you, to learn from you, to share with you, and to grow with you together to more prophetic voice in this situation of the world that we are facing all together as the body of Christ. Before I start, let me first give you greetings from your siblings in Christ, from the ELCHL, from Bishop Azar, and the pastors, and the many beloved people that some of you know and some of you hear about, but know that you are really dearly loved among your siblings in the ELCHL. Rejoicing in hope. This is a sketch of the Church of Hope in Ramallah that was built 1962. I don't know how many of you know the history, but this church is built by refugees from the 1948, as we call it, Nakba. Those who fled from Lud, Ramla, and Yafo came to Ramallah, and they wanted to build this church. And when the late pastor Basim Nijm gave them 3 choices of names, Good Shepherd, Calvary, and Hope, they all voted Hope. Mind you, this is a time of loss. So before building on the top over there is a bill, and it's written on it, rejoicing in hope. Steadfastness in afflictions, perseverance in prayer. So today I rejoice with you in hope, and I will start. I tell you, I I kept on changing this. Which one? Okay. I kept on changing this presentation several times until I said, well, let me start the old-fashioned way. Let me introduce myself. My name is Imad Haddad, and I will not require that you say my name right. If you want to, you can just put your hands here and do this. But my name is Imad Haddad, and I am a Palestinian Jordanian. I was born in Palestine. I have a Palestinian identity. My roots are in Jordan. I'm vice versa from everybody else, but that's the way I am. I'm an Arab. I'm Christian. I'm not converted. This is my life. So please don't ask me when did you become a Christian. I will tell you, my forefathers and mothers brought the gospel to you. So I'm not converted. I'm Christian, and I'm a Lutheran pastor. And it's my pleasure to be here. This is my skin. This is my skin. This is who I am. I come from a complicated place, and a pastor among people who live in a complicated place. And to understand this place, we need to understand the context really well. There is a mistake over there, so please don't look at it. But to really understand the context, let us start to count together. Count with me. 1. It's only one land. No matter whatever divisions we say, it's only one geographical entity. And this is a very small piece of land compared to what you have. So it is only one land. 2. We are 2 people. 2 people who live there. They are Palestinians and they are Israelis. And we both have the right to exist. So nobody has better stance over the other. we both have the right to exist. And to complicate the situation even more, three. At least we are three religions over there. Christians, Muslims, Jews, and if you want, there are some Druze, there are some Baha'is, and yeah, we can complicate it even more. But please keep those three in your mind. It is one land, we are two people, and there are three religions at least. In my presentation, most of it I will speak about the West Bank, because that's where I come from, that's most of the church is there. So, realities of life in Palestine. Christians, we are less than 1%. And this is not very late percentage since a couple of years, but we even less now. And the reason for that is immigration. People immigrate, people leave that country, and they leave that country for freedom and safety, for education, to join family, for religion discrimination, for separation wall, for political situation, for economic situation, and for marriage. Please notice religious discrimination. It is 0.8. Many people will think that there is discrimination, religious discrimination, there is a persecution, but we don't have a persecution. We have a political situation. We have a political war. And please do not mix that with religion. Yes, religion is misused, abused in that political situation, but it is not a religious war. So let's be careful about that. For those of you who do not know the West Bank, this is the West Bank. It is the territory west to the Jordan River in the dark colors, and that is by the international law, that is the occupied land by Israel since 1967, and that is supposedly the Palestinian state. Area C, if you are aware of the Oslo Accord, the Area C map, this is the Area C map. We have A, B, and C. A is only Palestinian control. B is Palestinian civil with Israeli military, and C is totally under Israeli control. And that is all in the West Bank. We are not speaking about the whole land. We are speaking only about the 1967 borders and the Gaza Strip. All those dots are settlements or posts of settlements, illegal settlements in the West Bank, in Palestine, in the 1967 borders. That is supposed to be the state of Palestine. So we're not talking about crossing the borders, if there are borders. We're talking about the same land. Of course, there is the wall. I'm not sure if you heard about it, the separation wall, or what I would always call it, the apartheid wall, that will separate people from each other. It will separate homes, families, even children from their schools. So that is a reality that we live in. So we have in the West Bank those blue dots are checkpoints and settlements and crossovers in the West Bank in the 1967 borders. Mind you, this is a very old map, huh? A very old map. But no. Those are all checkpoints. I would have to use an identity card. Does this have a pointer? Okay. So I would have you to use the ID cards down there, and I will have to use a magnet card and a special permit to be able to cross to go to the church in Jerusalem. I will have to pass between checkpoints to go from Bethlehem to Ramallah. I was serving in Beit Sahur, just down the hill from Bethlehem, and I was called to serve in Ramallah. And then my two daughters, they were young, and they love to go and visit grandma and grandpa. And I discovered one time that they started saying no. They don't want to visit anymore. And when we started talking with them, they were afraid to cross the checkpoint because at one time we were stopped and the soldiers were speaking with us, and the guns and the rifles were just pointing at us. So this is a simple situation, but this is a trauma that the children have to live. Also part of our reality, resident permits, revoking of identities and family reunion, or union or reunion. Because, do you know Rodney, Pastor Rodney? Some of you know him. He married somebody from Beit Sahur. His wife has a West Bank identity card. He has a Jerusalem identity card. They cannot live together. His wife cannot come to Jerusalem because she doesn't have the right identity, the right color of the ID card. They have to have, she has now a special permit, but for a long time, she was not able to go out of home. Some of you would know Pastor Ashraf has the same situation, but reversed. His wife has a Jerusalem ID. He has a Ramallah ID. He had to live in Jerusalem because they revoked his wife's identity when they discovered they live in Beit Sahur, as he was ministering the church there. So this is part of the reality. And I just put for you some sites that you can check, OCHA, OPT, or alhaq.org. Please go and read about these things more and more. House demolitions. Not only since 2023, but since, I don't know when, 1948, even before that, we have house demolitions. And sometimes it's on a daily basis. So people are losing their homes on a daily basis. Restrictions of movement. Some of our students are affected because of that. Some live in Jerusalem, have to come to Ramallah because their family live in Ramallah. It's a complicated situation, so some of them have to pass through that checkpoint. Our youth groups, when we go to retreats, have to pass through checkpoints. I was on my phone the whole day just checking when did our youth cross the checkpoint today. They were coming from retreats. So they had to, some of them were stopped and stayed for some time at the checkpoint, and we communicate to learn when did they cross, where they stopped or not. Prisoners, child prisoners. We have administrative prisoners, and those, they can be detained in prison without trial for indefinite time. This is part of our reality. Water issue, or better say, lack of water issues. Probably the next war will be about water, because we do not have water. My family who lives in Beit Jala, my in-laws who live in Beit Jala, last couple of months they stayed more than 50 days without water. They have to store. We have to store water in plastic tanks or metal tanks, but cisterns sometimes. But yeah, we don't open the tap and there is water. By the Oslo Accords, we have only 1/4 of what a human being will use by human rights, between two brackets. So, part of our reality as well in Palestine, an ongoing genocide in Gaza. It is ongoing. It is a genocide. And well, you may differ with me, but that's what I call it. People are dying. It is an ethnic cleansing. People are losing their homes and being cleansed from that land. A loss of generations, lots of hatred, lots of anger, lots of trauma. Sorry, it's lots. A loss of complete education system, schools and universities. A loss of worship houses, Muslims and Christians. A loss of heritage, cultural and historical sites. An ongoing ecocide. A loss of human dignity. A loss of faith in humanity and human rights. And an ongoing question to God, to human rights organizations, and to churches. Why God? Why the silence? Why the shy defense for human rights? Why the so-called balanced political statements instead of justice-oriented statements? Why? These are some statistics that I just pulled yesterday from OCHA OPT. You can just look at them and see. These are horrible statements. And it does not come from Palestinians. It comes from a UN. OCHA is a United Nations entity. Part of our reality, an ever-growing colonial settlements in the West Bank. A continued increased checkpoints, blockades, and barrier systems, just like as we saw in the maps. Even now we have new gates installed at the gates of cities and governments, so they can just lock us in whenever they want, as the IOF choose to. And ongoing attacks by settlers, many times protected by the IOF. IOF is Israeli Occupation Forces. A lot of you use IDF, Israeli Defense Forces. I will use IOF, Israeli Occupation Forces. In the West Bank, they are occupying. On Palestinian lands. That's what we heard about Taiba, and I will share with you a little bit the letter that came out from the priests. And ongoing invasions on cities, which cause displacement and severe infrastructure damages. These are numbers of displaced people in the West Bank. And again, you can go to the sites of OCHA, OPT, and .org and look at them. I know I don't have much time, so I'm moving a little bit more. Sorry. Okay. This is, I know you cannot read it, but this is the letter from the 3 churches in Taipei. We've heard about Taipei today. This is only an example that what's happening about in the West Bank. And if you want the letter, please come see me and I will share it with you. I know it is not really clear for you to read, but when you have it in your device, you can read it. It's something to read. Rejoicing in hope. What hope are we referencing? Sorry, I'm being heavy today. What hope are we referencing? I will really cling to hope, but it is a hope that is not alienated from reality. A hope that understands the challenges. A hope that is brave enough to choose life. A hope faithful enough to pose the question, my Lord, why have you forsaken me? From Psalm 22, if you want it. Yet without losing faith in the justice of God. God is just. That is our hope. We will not lose hope. So we rejoice in hope. Rejoicing in hope. What joy are we seeking? We want a joy that is not afraid to shed tears of sorrow. A joy that does not shy out when facing pain. A joy that is courageous enough to echo the words of Jesus, I am deeply grieved even to death. Our joy is a joy of reality, and we will rejoice in hope. So, another part of our reality, we love life. And we want to live life. We live it hopefully abundantly. The quote down is from Mahmoud Darwish, from one of his poems. We love life whenever we can. In Arabic it sounds much more better, but it's... So we love life. So we seek life. In the West Bank, as Christians, we are less than 1%, but we have 46 schools. As Lutherans, we have 4. Yes, we are a very small church. 6 congregations. Bishop Eaton said 8. Yes, we have two English congregations. One in Jerusalem that is with the Arabic congregation in Jerusalem, and one recently started in Amman with the Arabic congregation in Amman. So we love life. We need to educate people. We have our prophetic voice. You know, once I was in Sweden, and a lady said, a prophetic voice is like a small stone in your shoes. It keeps bugging you until you stop, take off your shoes, and change the situation. So be of a prophetic voice. The church is in the society, with the society, and for the society. We are Christians because God chose in Christ to dwell among us. So as church, we want to dwell among people. We want to be with people. That is our calling. That is our prophetic voice. We are created for leadership. We raise leaders for a better society. We stretch hands to be with people, together, walking for the future. we pioneer in leading our society. We call for equality and rights of all human beings, and I mean that. We teach holistic education. We understand, we accept, and appreciate the other. That's what we learn what we teach in our schools and our churches. Therefore, we have joint religious classes. As small as we are, we call for gender justice, and we had the first ecclesiastical court that has full equality rights. And I was the Chief Justice for 2 years. In our part of the world, we have the ecclesiastical courts have to deal with personal laws, divorces, inheritances, adoptions, all these things. And we are the first court that has full rights for everybody. But we did not stop over there. We moved to lead in the society and to try to affect the system in the country by partnering with the judicial system in Palestine as well. We care for the people through times of occupation, war, injustice, apartheid, and genocide. A lot of people say you are too political. We are too pastoral. We care for our people, and because we care for our people, we speak and we act. So that is part of our leading in society. We do projects that promote life, centers, organizations, housing projects. Bishop Susan, how many years have you worked with the housing project in Jerusalem? As long as I remember, I've been talking about this housing project at least since 2006. We still did not get the right permits from the Jerusalem municipality. We changed the place of that housing project alongside. We are partnering with the LWF on that. And we are persistent that we will build that project. So, yes, we keep nagging, we persist. Please do not stone me after this, huh? I hope I am not offending you. Martin Luther King in 1963, in his famous speech, says, "I have a dream." ELCIC, 25 vision for the future, say, facing today, dreaming for the future. I'm really sorry, but I beg to differ. I understand what dream in this context mean, but I really beg to differ. We are called not to dream, but to hope. Our hope is an action that starts as reality today and continues to actively live and build for the future. Rejoicing in hope is a choice that we as church bodies need to take, because this is our identity. We cannot lose our identity. We choose to continue. We choose to live life abundant because we have hope. Thank you.
Please accept a small gift for you. It's Indigenous art here.
Thank you very much. Well, if I may say the last thing, just I was asked to give a question to the table, so I will present it and think of it. Probably you don't have time to deal with it right now. So my question to you, how can we help you to raise your voices and prophetic ministry to more life and to more life-giving actions? Let us work together. How can we be together? Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad. That was just wonderful. Next week, the National Church and the Eastern Synod will be issuing a joint appeal to assist the church in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Jordan, the Holy Land. At this time, we're hoping to raise $50,000 towards their current needs. Not just the war in Gaza, not just the attacks on the West Bank, but the recent attacks into Iraq have also caused more hardship as Jerusalem was shut down as well. So and there's problems in East Jerusalem as well. It's just a really difficult time, and we're hoping to assist. So you'll be receiving news about that. And of course, you can always donate on the ELCIC website and probably on the Eastern Synod website as well. But more information will be coming out next week, which is one of the ways we can stand with you, dear Bishop-elect. We have some election results to share. Adam, you look happy.
Can we get the first slide of the NCC results? For the BC lay ballot, Ben Lukinchuk, 91, Andrew McCauley, 43.
I declare Ben Lukinchuk elected.
BC roster, Reverend Katrina Weigel, 66, Reverend Anita Sarup, 80.
I declare Reverend Anita Sarup elected.
Alberta lay, Cheryl Dubois, 55, Tammy Kirkwood, 75.
I declare Tammy Kirkwood elected.
ABT rostered, Reverend Reg Berg, 65, Reverend Kate Sizer, 77.
I declare Reverend Kate Sizer elected.
Saskatchewan lay, Jeff Barber, 88, Carol Maurer, 47.
I declare Jeff Barber elected.
Saskatchewan rostered, Reverend Sheldon Gattinger, 32, Reverend Victoria Mamasika, 108.
I declare Reverend Victoria Mamasika elected.
MNO lay, Sarah Harrington, 98, Michael Cavern, 42.
I declare Sarah Harrington elected.
M&O rostered, Reverend Chris Bishop, 89. Reverend Heather Parrott-Howdle, 57.
I declare Reverend Chris Bishop elected.
Eastern Synod lay, first ballot, Bill Gastmeyer, 50. Kath Wilkie, 91.
I declare Kath Wilkie elected.
Eastern Synod lay 2, Heidi Van Schaik, 115. Judith Von Wall, 28.
I declare Heidi Van Schaik elected.
And then we'll move on to the Court of Appeal. Thank you. Lay first ballot, Brent Latimer, 81. Verlin Olson, 44.
I declare Brent Latimer elected.
The third lay ballot, Boston Lafierté, 113. Tom Brook, 33.
I declare Boston Laferte elected.
Rostered first ballot, Reverend James Whaley, 57. Reverend Karen Stepko, 84.
I declare Reverend Karen Stepko elected.
The second rostered, Bishop Cindy Halmerson, 69. Reverend Prima Samuel, 76.
I declare Reverend Prima Samuel elected.
I think that's all.
I want to thank everyone who put their name forward in all of these electoral processes. It's a really brave and courageous thing to do. So let's applaud everyone who allowed their names to be nominated. I would like to ask for a motion to destroy the ballots. There were paper ballots and there's electronic ballots. We'll get rid of all of them. It's moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And now it's time for coffee break. And we will see you back here at 3:30. You get an extra 5 minutes. Don't waste them. There's a, can I get a microphone? There's a 30. Sorry. $30 and unders. No, John, that's not you. 30 and unders up here for a photo. Jay, that's not you either. It's not me either. Okay, people, let's rock and roll. Can you please sit down and organize yourselves and be quiet? I'd like to call on Catherine Smith on behalf of Charitas to come forward and do a draw for a Kindle.
Bishop Susan, can I ask you to come and draw the name, please? Kim Webb. Is Kim Webb in here?
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Kim. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce to you the Reverend Sonia Scoops, who is the Regional Secretary for Latin America and the Caribbean and North America in the Lutheran World Federation. Sonia, please come. Sonia had the trip from you-know-where to get here. 2 days fogged in Buenos Aires, planes canceled, overnighted in somewhere, border problems, you name it. But here she is, and we're delighted.
But now I'm here.
Dear Bishop Susan Johnson, dear members of the National Council, dear members of the National Convention. It is a great joy for me to be here and to share this important moment in the life of your church. And I'm honored by this invitation, and I want to thank you for it. I must say that this is not my first time here in Winnipeg. In 2003, 22 years ago, I was here for the assembly of the Lutheran World Federation. At that time, I was a youth delegate. I'm not a youth anymore. And it is nice to return to places that have been significant for us. And since this time, in the year 2003, my commitment with the Lutheran World Federation started. I bring you greetings from our General Secretary, the Reverend Dr. Anne Burkhardt, and from our President, Bishop Henry Stubkar. Both wish God's blessing and the breath of the Holy Spirit upon this national convention. I was very pleased to learn on the theme you have chosen for this convention, which is rejoicing in hope. And this connects us with the theme of our strategy as Lutheran World Federation, which is sharing hope. And we are indeed living in such complex and difficult times for so many people in this world that our call as Christians is more than ever to hope. And being able to rejoice in that hope is what motivates us in our daily lives and what bears witness into our faith. And without losing sight of this theme of hope in which we rejoice and which we share, I'm going to give a presentation about the Lutheran World Federation. And to begin, we will start with a little quiz. Perhaps for some of you it is easy, for others it's more difficult. We do what we can. So, the first question is, how many member churches does the LWF have? So this is multiple choice, so it's not so difficult. 147, 153, 154. C, exactly. But I have to tell you that for a very long time it was 150, but in the last council meeting in June this year, so 30 days ago, the application of 4 new member churches were approved. 1 of Gambia, 2 of India, and 1 of Cambodia. The 8th assembly in Curitiba is in Brazil, was in the year 1956, 1990, 2003. What do you think? It was the only assembly which was held in Latin America. 1990, exactly, 1990. The assembly which introduced the quotas for women in 1984 was, but before that I explain very briefly what we mean with quotas. That means that for each event and activity of, and also in the decision-making bodies of the LWF, 40% of the participants need to be women. Yeah? That is what we mean with quotas for women. So that was in Hong Kong, in Winnipeg, or in Budapest? In Budapest, exactly. So, a little bit more complicated. Of which assembly was the theme, "I have heard the cry of my people"? It was a long time ago. 88, very close, very close. 2 years more, 90, exactly. It was in Curitiba, 1990. Oh, sorry, there was another one. And this, perhaps you should know that. Of which assembly was the theme for the healing of the world? Winnipeg, exactly. That was the assembly in 2003. Where is the LWF central office? In Paris, in Lausanne, or Geneva? In Geneva. And this quote is a very famous quote in the LWF, and we like it very much, which says, "There is no church so big and so rich that it wouldn't depend on the gifts of others. And there is no church so small and so poor it wouldn't be able to enrich others." And we have 3 choices: Josiah Kibira, Mark Hanson, and Munip Yonan. Josiah Kibira. Yeah? He was a bishop of Tanzania, and he was also president of the Lutheran World Federation in the late 70s and beginning of the 80s. So, well, now that we have finished our little quiz and tested our knowledge of the LWF, let's delve a little deeper. This is the vision of the LWF. Liberated by God's grace, a communion in Christ, living and working together for a just, peaceful, and reconciled world. That is our calling. And that is what brings us together and inspires us and mobilizes us. And you, as ELCIC, are part of this vision because you are part of this global Lutheran communion. The LWF was established in 1947 in the post-Second World War, in a time of a huge humanitarian crisis. And currently, since this time, I mean, the LWF, this would be a whole other presentation, but changed completely from this time to now. But we are today a global communion of, as we said in the quiz, of 154 member churches with 77 million members in 101 countries. So that is a good question. What does the LWF do? Of course, in this short time, I just can give you a brief overview what we do, but even though I want to highlight some aspects. But before we delve into what the LWF does, we need to know something about the context in which we live, which is the global context in which we live and in which we are called to bear witness to our faith, hope, and love. We continue to live in a world where nationalism, fundamentalism, xenophobia, extremism, racism, and populism are on the rise in all regions, and where fear is exploited to drive campaigns and maintain power. And we also continue to witness a surge in misleading theologies that emphasize law, fear, and tolerance, exclusion, rather than holding fast to the promise of God's love and grace. Political violence, according to the statistics of the United Nations, increased by 25% globally compared to the previous year. The war against Ukraine and the war in Gaza, we heard just about it, continue, and the civil war in Sudan has triggered the world's worst humanitarian crisis, according to the statistics. And apart from that, we have other, we call it sometimes forgotten conflicts, because they are not in the media. But we have huge crises in Myanmar, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and in Haiti. And these conflicts persist, even if there is not so much media attention. As LWF, we continue to respond to many of these through our work on the ground, especially through the work of the country programs of World Service, which is the humanitarian arm of the Lutheran World Federation. But at the same time, military spending in many countries that have traditionally been major supporters of development and humanitarian aid is increasing due to the current political situation. And consequently, funds which usually were allocated to humanitarian and development aid are decreasing now. The US contribution to humanitarian and development aid has drastically diminished since President Trump came to power at the beginning of the year. And this has led to major cuts in the global humanitarian and development sector. So that is not just affecting the LWF, but all the humanitarian work which is globally done. And you may have seen in the news that USAID, one of the largest contributors to international aid, closed on 1st July a few days ago. At the same time, we are facing a severe climate emergency, and I'm very pleased to see how engaged this church, the ELCIC, is with climate justice. Our planet is under immense stress, with polar ice caps melting and rising sea levels. Climate-induced disasters continue to claim thousands of lives and force people to migrate. When I do the visits, I mean, you saw that at the beginning, I'm responsible for this continent, and when I visit congregations and people, especially in Central America, who migrate, they always tell me, no, we migrate because of the droughts, because we don't have work, because of this and that. But if you continue following the reasoning, you always come to the point that actually the reason why they are migrating is the climate emergency. In this global context, the prophetic voice and witness of the Church grounded in God's mercy is urgently needed. The Church's task is not to support meritocracy and prosperity gospel in its various forms, but to proclaim what we call charistocracy, coming from the Greek charis, mercy. Equally, our call and work for reconciliation and justice is needed. Sharing hope is needed. As a communion of churches, the LWF seeks to offer tangible, holistic hope by proclaiming the gospel of Jesus Christ in both word and deed. And I'm very pleased to see that the theme of the National Convention is rejoicing in hope, because indeed this is what our world, what we ourselves, our churches and this world needs, hope based on our faith in Jesus Christ. This is the visual identity of the LWF strategy, and I'm very happy that this is moving, because I practiced a lot and it didn't work always, so I'm happy because of that. So you can see on this visual identity that hope is the center of the strategy. The hope is the center of the work we do. The Luther Rose, you have to have a little bit of imagination, yes. The Luther Rose reminds us of our identity as a church uniquely placed to be active in 4 strategic priorities, which are responsible theology, justice and peace, thriving churches, and service and dignity. And in the outer circle, this which was moving at the beginning, we can see how these strategic priorities are related to different key themes, reflecting this dynamic and interrelated work we do in the communion office and together with all the churches. The form of the circle depicts the world in which we serve and the planet we are to protect. And the cross of Christ is an expression of selfless love and compassion, which intersects all, not the whole circle. I want to focus now on these 4 priorities of the Lutheran World Federation, which guide all the work we do. And the first one of them is responsible theology. Theological reflection is the foundation of everything the Lutheran World Federation does. Doing theology responsibly means being based on the Bible and the Lutheran confessions, while also responding to today's challenges. In a world full of division and fear, theology should be alive, relevant to the context, and liberating. It helps churches to understand who they are, what they do in society, how to carry out their mission, and how to work toward unity among Christians. And this term, responsible theology, there has been a lot of discussion about that, because people said, what is that responsible theology? But this is a term which was created during our last assembly in Krakow in 23. For the LWF, it means theology that is grounded in the Bible and the Lutheran teachings, but also open to dialogue with other churches. In the LWF, we always say to be Lutheran is to be ecumenical. So it is rooted in the Bible, in the Lutheran confessions, but also in this dialogue with others. And this theology is connected to a holistic mission and seeks to answer how to be church in today's public space. And when we talk about this priority of responsible theology, we talk about theological understanding and engagement with our Lutheran confessional identity. We talk about theological reflection that deepens the understanding of the holistic mission as expressed in proclamation, worship, and diaconia. We talk about strengthening churches' theological understanding and engagement in the public space, about fostering initiatives and networks that prioritize theological education and formation through different networks and funds. And it means deepening Christian unity. As we said, to be Lutheran is to be ecumenical. Therefore, the LWF puts a great deal of effort and dedication into dialogue with other denominations. And here, in the case of the ELCIC, we see that so clearly, no? A church which is so well connected and in constant dialogue with other confessional families and denominations. And I would like to highlight the dialogue we have with the Catholic Church, the dialogue with Anglicans, with the Reformed, with the Orthodox, with the Pentecostals, the ongoing contact we have with the World Council of Churches. And it should be noted that this is the year of the cooperation with the World Council of Churches in preparing the 1700th anniversary of Nicaea. And when discussing about the different priority areas of the LWF work, there is so much to say, and we have so many processes that we are undertaking globally. But so therefore, always mentioning some of them, it's always a little bit unfair, yes? But nevertheless, I would like to highlight some processes that are also related to resolutions coming from the Assembly. We have currently a very interesting study process mandated also by the Assembly, which is Theologies of the Cross in the 21st Century. I mean, what does that mean 500 years later in a totally different context, in a very fast-changing world? What does this mean, this theology of the cross in our times? And also in a times where Lutheranism shifted, yes, when the LWF were founded in 1947, the center of the Lutheran churches were in the north. Now this is not like that anymore, it's in the global south. So we have a completely different context nowadays. Then we also have a very interesting study process about Augsburg Confession 500. You know, in the year 2030, this will be the anniversary of the 500 years of the Augsburg Confession. And I can also tell you that this also was decided 1 month ago, that the next assembly of the Lutheran World Federation will be in Augsburg in the year 2030. A bit to commemorate this place, and also because we were invited there. No? So as you see, we Lutherans, we love study processes, no? And yeah, we have, I'm just mentioning one of them, some of them, no? But I also want to highlight one more, and this is the Global Mission Consultation, which is also just somehow a kick-off event for a longer process to renew the LWF's understanding of holistic mission. The last process we did about that was more or less 20 years ago. So we are in a new process now. And I would like to highlight that one participant of this consultation was here from the ELCIC, which is Reverend Paul Gears. Yes, and the second strategic priority is thriving churches. One thing which is really essential to remember is that when we talk about thriving, we doesn't necessarily refer to the number of members in a church. The number of members in a church is not equal to the strength of a church's witness. The LWF is a very diverse body. And we have churches with 12, 13 million members, like the Lutheran Church in Ethiopia, Mekane Jesus, and we have churches of 500 members. So it's very diverse. The sizes differ a lot. But that's why it is so important to always keep in mind that thriving churches are not measured by size, but by their capacity to witness to the gospel with compassion and courage. And this is something we see again and again. No? Very small churches with really low numbers of members, with little resources, little income, and giving a huge, huge witness of their faith and their hope in their contexts. So the LWF supports member churches through mutual accompaniment, leadership development, and initiatives that foster intergenerational participation and inclusivity. At a time when many churches face external pressures and internal challenges, nurturing resilient and vibrant faith communities remains a key priority. The strategic priority covers areas from communion relations to leadership formation, inclusivity, and youth involvement. And I would like to highlight also two processes we have related to this priority. One of them is the mutual responsibility framework. And perhaps you ask, what is this? No? But you know that the churches in the LWF are autonomous. Each church is an autonomous church in the LWF. So that means that the decisions which are taken during the assembly, then it's the, let's say, I don't know which is the proper word now for that, but it's the decision of the churches if they implement it or not. But at the same time, all the churches of the Lutheran World Federation are in full communion with each other. So you can imagine that there is a tension, no, in a very diverse body. So how we live with that, with this diversity, with this autonomy, but at the same time with this interdependency. So that means that we are developing now a mutual responsibility framework, and the objective of this process is to articulate a set of commitments to which the LWF member churches are invited to adhere as they deepen their communion relations. And in this task force, the ELCIC is also playing an important role because Bishop Larry Kochendorfer is the chair of this committee. And another important process where the ELCIC is also directly involved is the process of developing the LWF intergenerational justice policy. And Reverend Catherine Gom is one of the members of this committee. She's also the vice president for North America, but I will mention that later. But she is part of this intergenerational justice policy. Our third priority is justice and peace. Given the current state of the world, the present strategy puts more visible emphasis on justice and peace, and thereby on the theologically grounded advocacy work of the LWF. Justice and peace are central to the LWF's identity and public witness. This strategic priority focuses on advocacy that is grounded in faith, speaks truth, uplifts human dignity, and seeks reconciliation. The advocacy for the LWF is twofold. On the one hand, it means bringing local and national concerns to the global level. On the other hand, it is about strengthening member churches in their understanding and practice of advocacy and public witness. We still face that, I think, in almost all the churches, that congregations and members ask, why is the LWF involved in these kind of things? No? And it is, as my colleague from previously said, no? Because we are pastors, we are pastoral, and that's why we do advocacy, because we stand with our people. Advocacy in the LWF is inspired by the biblical prophetic tradition that commands people of faith to act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly before God. Our advocacy follows the example of Jesus Christ, who preached the good news of freedom for the poor and the oppressed, referring himself to the words of the prophet Isaiah. And this priority includes advocating for justice. And in this, from this point of view, I would like to highlight that the council, which met last month, I'm referring now several times to that, just approved the renewed LWF advocacy framework, which is based on the previous one we had, but considers the new strategy and the priorities. And this document highlights the priorities of the LWF's advocacy work, which is promoting and protecting human rights, commitment to gender justice, climate emergency, justice and peace, humanitarian advocacy, and church's prophetic voice. It also includes working for peace. Several consultations took place related to this topic. I just want to mention that the Council formed another study group for peace and reconciliation in times of war. This is something that came very strongly from the churches. We are observing that countries are investing more and more money in military, in their military equipment and so on. So what does that mean for us? What does it mean to work for peace and reconciliation in these times of war and conflict? And another important topic related to the priority justice and peace are protecting human rights, promoting gender justice, and addressing the climate emergency. And I want to highlight that especially youth are very, very much involved in this last one, which is addressing climate change. And actually you can see that on the picture. This is from an initiative we had with youth in Latin America, and they draw this, the world, and wrote it in Spanish, yes, Justicia Climática. And the fourth and last strategic priority of the Lutheran World Federation is service and justice. Service and dignity, sorry. Service and dignity. Service and dignity capture the LWF's diaconal commitment to uphold the dignity of every person, whether through humanitarian relief, development work, or accompaniment in times of crisis. The LWF works alongside communities affected by displacement, poverty, disaster, and violence. This priority is grounded in values and a theological approach that sees service not as charity, but as action to protect dignity, thus serving the neighbor. LWF's work in this priority area is mainly carried out through its diaconal work, which is strongly rooted in the member churches. Actually, almost 100% of the diaconal work is done by the churches, and the LWF supports that, and through the country programs and emergency operations of the Department for World Service, which is the humanitarian arm of the LWF. Just to have some figures in mind, in 2024, we were still able to serve over 2.5 million people, including 43% refugees, 11% internally displaced people, 3% returnees, and 43% living in host communities. And among these, 52% were women and 52% were children under 18. So this is especially when we think about this last number, 52% are actually children. Yeah, this is really heartbreaking, but at the same time full of hope. No? And there is also a very strong focus on supporting women with the humanitarian work, because women are usually in the humanitarian crisis more vulnerable than men. As I mentioned at the beginning, diaconal and humanitarian work is strongly affected now by the current situation of cuts in resources allocated to development at the global level. But this does not mean that the LWF will stop working in these areas. But it will mean that we need to reorganize and reprioritize. Some things probably will no longer be possible, while others will have to be rethought and done in different forms. So, and now we leave behind us the strategic priorities of the LWF, and I want to focus a little bit more on governance. You know that the LWF has 7 regions, and the assemblies are every 6 or 7 years, and the governing body is during these assemblies is the council. No, I mean this works in the same way here as in the ELCIC. No, the highest authority is the assembly or national convention here, and during the time we call it council. No, and this council has 48 members, and each region has a fixed number of members in this council. I wrote here the names also from Latin America, because we work very close together, Latin America, the Caribbean, and North America. But if you want, you can just look on North America, no? And then you can see that we have 5 members in the council from North America, and a 6th one, which is the chair of World Service Committee, which is from the ELCA. And Catherine Gom, which is a pastor here in the ELCIC, is the vice president for the whole North American region. And I really want to thank Reverend Catherine Gom for her really kind and thoughtful leadership within the LWF. She's really a gift to the council, to the executive committee. I know that she's not here, but perhaps someone of you can tell her that. No? Yeah. And in the executive committee, we also have some advisors, which are not no voting members, but are there to support with their advice. And for North America, we have one advisor, who is Catherine Laurie from the ELCA. So this picture is from our last assembly in Krakow. You recognize this picture as well. She was part of the how was the name? International Worship Planning Committee, very complicated name. But they did a fantastic work, and this was the location where we had the assembly, and this was the theme, one spirit, one hope. One spirit, one body, one hope. The one body is somehow difficult to see. Okay, but it's one body, one spirit, one hope. Yeah. And the next slide. So, and here we have a picture of the council. Yes, this is like your national council. This is the council of the Lutheran World Federation. You can see on the right. On the right side, the president, which is Henrik Stubkar, bishop from Denmark, and our general secretary with the white shirt, Anne Burkhardt. No? And the vice president for North America, Catherine Gom, she is also on the right side, but upper there. It's like, how do you call that here, looking for Wally or, yeah. Yeah. Why not? Have you found the vice president for North America? Great. How is it called here in?
Waldo.
Oh, okay. So, and this photo is from the Leadership Conference of the Americas held in Brazil in 2024. You can see, you can see Bishop Susan Johnson, she's in the center, and Reverend Catherine Gom, both from the ELCIC. This conference is held every year, as far as possible. It depends sometimes a little bit on the budget. But it is a very, very important space we have where bishops, church presidents, women leaders, youth leaders, and lay leaders from the 21 Lutheran churches, members of the LWF in Latin America, the Caribbean, and North America come together. So this is really a very important moment. Now, when because we have 21 churches in this continent, 2 here in North America, and 19 in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we come together and have a space for encounter, joint reflection, and building relationships of communion and spirituality. And we are grateful for this space we have, because it hasn't been always like that. But since 2018, and I want to say that Bishop Susan Johnson and also Bishop Elizabeth Eaton contributed a lot to that this is going to be possible. Not that we meet together and that we came closer together and share joint spaces to strengthen and enrich each other. And it also should be noted that the ELCIC is a church that is very closely connected with other Lutheran churches and also other churches from the Ecumenical. I just want to highlight here, thinking about this continent, the relationship of the ELCIC with the church in Argentina, with the church in Colombia, with the church in Peru. Actually, I saw in the annual report, which is on the tables, a very beautiful picture of Bishop Susan in Peru, no? In a meeting there. No? So this is part of this understanding. No? And this is something we celebrate because we really firmly believe that the Lutheran communion is not just a sum of Lutheran churches, but it is really a communion, no? Where we are in full communion and support and sustain each other. So I want to end this presentation with this slide. This photo was taken at a leadership meeting in Colombia, and it shows two hens waving a dream catcher together. And this was part of an activity we did where all the participants together had to wave that only one dream catcher. No? And I like this image because I think it represents a little bit of what the LWF is. We build this Lutheran communion, this very diverse but very rich body, together, day by day. It is not guaranteed, and we live in times of great change where hope is what sustains us. But the building of this Lutheran communion is an everyday task and involves everyone. And before I end, I have brought you a symbol of hope and unity of this communion. It had a very long trip, so it's very much involved. So I don't know if you really can see what I have here, but this is a Holy Communion set. But it is a very special one. I will put it here so I can talk. Because it was done in the pottery workshop of the Ecumenical community in Tessé in France. But when they prepared it, it is, later you can come forward and see it. It is glazed, the whole thing. And they used for that sand from the LWF refugee camps in Jordan and in Kenya. No? And so this has is for us now a symbol of hope and unity, and we are sharing that with the churches, with the member churches of the LWF, as a symbol of this being in full communion, of being united, having Jesus Christ and the hope in Jesus Christ as the center of us. So, thank you very much for your patience and for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. We have a small token for you to take back and remember us.
Okay.
This is indigenous art from Canada.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for everything. We treasure the partnership.
Yeah.
We treasure it.
Thank you.
That's beautiful. Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Vice President of the Canadian Council of Churches, who is also a member of St. Philip's Evangelical Lutheran Church in Toronto, Emily Savage. Come on down.
Hello. Bishop Susan did a great introduction, but I want to add one thing because there's one thing I'm dedicated to since I was given a microphone, and that is to ensuring that everyone knows that I won a pillow fight against Bishop Susan Johnson when I was 18 years old, I think. So, don't mess with her, but I won. That's fair. Okay. Yay! I love it when technology works. So I was invited to share this time with you as a Bible study. And when I was asked to do a Bible study on hope, I'm not gonna lie to you, it felt like a bit of a daunting ask, okay? Rumor has it, some of your discussions over the last couple of days are, shall we say, complex? And I mean, it doesn't make it better when you turn on the news or you go to your social media feed. It's really hard to get away from negativity. And after all, especially with journalism, if it bleeds, it leads. But at this point, that's a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it? Regardless, it took me a minute to really think about this big, giant, endless thing with so many personalities that we call hope. Hope is the first flower in spring, seeing a rainbow that makes you smile, watching your kid grasp a concept for the first time. We all have a different definition of what that looks like. But at the end of the day, hope is finding the way forward in ways you did not expect. So, in pure, very on-brand Emily fashion, we are going to go about this a little bit differently today. First, I want to harken back to an absolute Bible classic. 1 Corinthians 13. Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud. It does not dishonor others, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. The Bible talks a lot about love, as it should. Jesus' love, God's love is our foundation. This is a verse used in so many weddings. I'm sure many of you could probably recite it by heart because you've done enough weddings with this Bible verse, okay? But why do you think that is? Start of new beginnings, a new step, a new stage, a new chapter. That's hope. Now, take that and zoom out, as the corporates say. Think bigger. Love is not just an emotion, it's action. Love breaks down barriers, literal and metaphorical, offering new ways forward, new innovations, new connections, new relationships. It rewrites our expectations. It shifts how we think of ourselves, of our loved ones, of the people around us. Love is a force that makes space for hope, even when maybe hope shouldn't be there, where someone or something tells you, nope, not here. But hope's a little persistent like that. So, for those of you who did get to the subtitle, there is a part 2, and it's about neighbors, and I promise this will make sense in about 2 minutes. Please walk with me. I will hold your hand, I promise. This very truncated excerpt here is from the Good Samaritan story in Luke chapter 10. I'm going to count to about 5, so you can take a quick read. 4, 5. What do you notice? Who's asking for the definition of neighbor? Jesus or the people he's speaking to? It's his audience, isn't it? Does Jesus take the bait? As Jesus tells the story of the Good Samaritan, there's a few things that I want us to consider. I won't bore you with the retelling. I'm sure plenty of us know it by this point. But what I will remind you of is the Samaritan stepped up, and he was the embodiment of the unexpected. Samaritans were shunned. They were seen as spiritually corrupt and heretics, but the Samaritans still stopped to support the injured man. 2 others, one of whom was a priest, passed this man by. But the one who showed mercy is the one that was not expected. That is how Jesus defined our neighbor. as the man who showed mercy to those in need, as the unexpected. And isn't that kind of what hope is? A moment, a second, a glimmer of what could be. But we don't know, do we? There's no guarantee. Hope is in all these little crevices and moments that are gone in a blink. But if we let them breathe, they become moments, connections, ideas, movements. There's a discussion in mental health work today about glimmers. For those of us who are aware, there are triggers, the things that scare us and make us want to curl into a ball and cry, and then there's glimmers, the exact opposite. Focusing on these little moments of hope and love and joy, Bishop-elect is not in the room at the moment, rather than the moments that send us spiraling into fear and hate. Think of them kind of like little reminders that God's here, and he's been busy. So with that in mind, and given what I've just talked your ear about, I have 3 questions for you. They will stay up here for you, do not worry. So take a few minutes, discuss them with your neighbors, both beside you and unexpected, and I'll call you back in a little bit. These do not have to be done in order. Pick your favorite and have a chat. 2 more minutes, friends. I'm going to ask for your attention in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And before I get the question, yes, I used to be a teacher. All right, so if you take nothing else away from today, here's what I want you to think about. There are things that I do not every day, I'm human, but as often as I can. Think of it a little bit. You okay? Okay. As a practical toolkit, a bottle of water. Love turns outsiders into neighbors if you just let it. And hope will always come from the places you least expect it. It's a bit of a classic. And remember to look for the glimmers, small reminders that God is at work. So on that note, I have a little prayer to wrap this up. And it will be a little bit early because I am nothing if not defined by my caloric intake, and we have business to take care of before dinner. So if you could please settle into the prayer position that is most comfortable for you, and let us pray. Dear Lord, give us the courage to love beyond boundaries. Give us the eyes to see all of the hope you have hidden around our world. Give us the strength to redefine our neighbors, and help us to keep our hearts open to all of the beautiful little surprises that make everything worth it. Amen.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Emily. Energy is right. Thank you, Emily, for energizing us with this Bible study and helping us focus on hope and on our neighbors again. So we have a small token to thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. We'll see you later tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Oh, right, I'm working. How can you tell it's the end of the day? So, all the elections are done. Yes, thank you. Can we thank the elections committee, because they really did. They worked so very hard. I'm going to call on Boston, and we're going to go back to the report on from Reference and Counsel. And I think we just have one item to deal with. You might not have to stay late after school.
Just one more. Sorry. Okay, so the last reference in council motion is Solar Power National Unity Project. The motion is as follows: that the church in convention direct the National Church Council to immediately facilitate a program for the installation of renewable sources of clean energy, for example, photovoltaic solar panels and heat pumps, on church buildings across the ELCIC, using startup funds from the ELCIC Mission Fund and other sources, and creating a national church resource hub where expertise, creativity, and experiences are shared and accessible. The rationale: honoring God's creation. We are called to active and joyful hope in relation to God's creation. And yet CO2 emissions continue to rise in Canada and around the world, contributing to the warming blanket we call the greenhouse effect. Rising average global temperatures are documented to contribute to extreme weather events such as floods, droughts, forest fires, melting glaciers and permafrost, rising sea levels, and crumbling shorelines. People living in the world's economically disadvantaged regions are disproportionately affected by climate-related changes. This includes Indigenous Canadians living in remote communities, as well as people who cannot afford to protect themselves from unprecedented heat or cold in our cities. Everyone, including churches, is affected as utility and insurance bills are rising as a result of more extreme climatic conditions. Economic. Congregations are struggling financially due to higher utility costs and lower revenue. The economic and financial benefits of renewable energy production, even on a small scale, is well established. With investment from nonprofit organizations like the ELCIC, as well as not-for-profit investment cooperatives, for example, Solar Power Investment Cooperative Edmonton, or SPICE, the local congregation may be able to acquire a solar installation virtually free of cost. If the roof is leased to the solar cooperative, the financial benefits to the congregation accrues as the solar power is produced and sold into the utility grid. Depending on the business model, the system may pay for itself within 10 years, after which the production of energy will become a net revenue source for the congregation. Community benefit. Photovoltaic solar panels take the sun's energy that would normally be absorbed by the roof and then released as heat. It converts this energy into electricity. This has a cooling effect on the community akin to tree cover. The building and maintenance of solar installations often employs local workers. Solar power production contributes to global efforts to lower emissions and contributes to cleaner air. Active benefit. A program to facilitate the installation of solar panels grows excitement and gets congregational members involved. Ecclesiastical. A national unity project, like the one here proposed, would help bring our churches closer together as we share resources, expertise, ideas, labor, and missional direction for the care of the earth. Whether congregations keep their buildings or decide to sell them at some point, the church's ministry will continue to bless the owners of the building and the greater community. And finally, rejoicing in hope. A positive infrastructure project that promotes renewable, clean energy is a highly visible, active sign of hope and a critical time for the earth and for the church. The recommendation of reference in council is that this motion be referred to National Church Council. And our rationale. From the Standing Rules of Order on page C12. In the case of motions with budgetary implications, they must be referred to NCC. ELCIC Administrative Bylaws, Part 7, Section 18. When a motion calling for an appropriation of funds comes before the convention from any source other than the National Church Council, it shall be referred at once to said council for consideration and report.
Thank you. The motion to refer to NCC is before you. Moved and seconded. Please, speaking to the motion. Microphone 1.
Marcus Wilhelm, delegate from the ABT Synod, and I am speaking against the
motion to refer.
The motion to refer. Thank you. You've already seen and heard my rationale. I'd like to add a couple of things. And first of all, I want to say we need action, not more words and more. We need action more than discussion, but we also need the discussion here if we're going to have any action in any foreseeable future. Oh, thank you. The recommendation to refer to NCC means no discussion and no action will happen at this assembly. And that would be sad rather than joyful. It would be unhopeful to me. We are called to face today and dream of the future. The future looks, however, more like a nightmare than a dream. When we look at out our window and see the smoke, and as we watch the news and witness the flooding in Texas, and when we see governments roll back environmental incentives and regulations, especially in Alberta, international climate targets, commitments being ignored, and ever greater fossil fuel production being promoted. We are a people of joyful hope facing a bleak today and an even bleaker tomorrow. Catherine Hayhoe, the Christian climatologist, says that one of the main obstacles to climate action is that we don't talk about it. So let's use a little bit of our time here. Let's not forget that besides talking, we must act, and we must act now. We have heard in several of our presentations from our global partners how climate change is at the root of many of the world's biggest problems, including the migrant crisis. We have a task force for carbon reduction in our church that gave a video presentation, but let's be clear, a video presentation or discussion is not climate action. In fact, I have witnessed a decline in climate action in proportion to the words that I have heard spoken. For example, we used to promote bringing our own coffee mug to convention, and I'm disappointed that at this convention we don't even recycle paper or the bamboo dishes and cutlery. We have an opportunity today to act in a bigger, more meaningful way on reducing our environmental footprint by working together on a national solar power project. I know many of us lack the resources and the expertise to install solar panels on our churches by ourselves, but as discussion with fellow delegates has revealed to me here, we have expertise and resources in our midst and across our country that we can pool to put solar on every church roof. I propose we form a hub that gathers and applies the expertise and resources we have. As our young delegate Etienne told me, we may also be able to link with other denominations' expertise and initiatives on this issue. My original idea was to use the ELCIC Mission Fund to extend loans to congregations, loans that would be paid back with interest as the cost of the installation got amortized. Generally, this can happen within 10 years. But as I was advised by reference in council, if a motion has a budgetary item, it needs to be referred to NCC. So I want to give notice of motion to separate out the financial request included in my motion and separate that out of the original motion so as that we can go forward with approving the motion as it stands without that part. But first we must defeat this referral to NCC so that we can even start the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call on microphone 2. Just want to remind the group that if you want to have a conversation, about the topic, it's possible to ask for us to move into committee of the whole. And that's a way we can discuss without dealing with the referral at this time. But right now, we're speaking about the referral to NCC. Microphone 2.
Andrew Steinley from the Sask Synod. My pronouns are he, him. I'm worried I may be speaking to this wrong. So please let me know if this should be for a discussion like that. But I wanted to speak to why this should be moved forward from my background in agriculture as well as my background in faith. From both of those, I believe it's very important for us to be stewards of the land and to take care of the earth we're given. And I'm a firm believer as well in that we almost shouldn't always try and be perfect. When we try and look to do everything perfectly, I think it takes a long time, and we wait and wait trying to look for the exact perfect solution, when if you just start somewhere and start doing something, it gets the ball rolling, it gets somewhere. Every little bit helps, and that's my perspective on the solar panels. I acknowledge the monetary costs and especially the upfront, but from everything I've heard, is that the struggles have been for years and years, so likely we would be struggling and be in the same position in 10 years anyway when it starts to pay for itself. So in my mind, that is, if it can be afforded, that is something that is worth being started on right away, because again, you have to start somewhere, with something small, or otherwise you're just doing nothing and getting nowhere. You're just talking about the issues. They always say the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is today.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Jeannie Martinson, Saskatchewan delegate. I move that we move to the committee of the whole.
It's moved. Is it seconded? Okay. All in favor of moving to committee of the whole, please raise your hand. Okay. Opposed? We're moving to committee of the whole. So we can talk about the substance of the main motion without dealing with the motion itself. So you don't have to speak for or against the motion. We're just dealing with the question of of the topic. Thank you very much. Microphone 1.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Etienne Eason from the Eastern Synod, and I think I'm now at the wrong mic, but I didn't feel like running over there. But I am strongly in favor of this project, and I want to echo what Marcus said, and I do think that it would be good to separate out the budgetary portion of it, just so that we can have some kind of commitment to this project come from this assembly today. Because I do feel that we in the Lutheran Church are falling behind our ecumenical siblings. For example, in the Anglican Church, they have a wonderful initiative called Zero Emissions Churches, where there are volunteers that are going church to church and guiding congregations in this work of moving to renewable energy sources and making their buildings more resilient and more energy efficient. In the United Church, there's a program called Faithful Footprints, which is a very similar thing. I would love to see the Lutheran Church join our ecumenical partners in those efforts, especially that I think that on the flip side, we in the Lutheran Church have shown a lot of leadership when it comes to climate advocacy. It's always been such a delight to see letters from Bishop Susan to the Canadian government about the need for better creation care, and it's been an absolute joy to be able to advocate with my fellow Lutherans, whether it's in the streets of Montreal this September or in the Canadian Parliamentary Press Gallery with my friend Paul Guers calling for the just transition. I think our church has shown a lot of leadership in advocacy, but it's a lot harder to do that advocacy when that's not being reflected in our own churches and how our churches operate. So I strongly believe in a two-pronged approach where we see those changes happening within our churches, and we also call for those broader structural, societal changes that we need to see as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Mogens Hansen, lay delegate from the BC Synod, he, him. Could we have the motion displayed again?
Certainly.
Thank you. Now, if I understood the motion, the original motion correctly, while I support the sentiment, the idea, but the way it was formulated seemed a little bit too rigid. The church I attend, most of the roof is in the shade because we own a wealth of very tall trees. And to make use of this, we would have to tear down all these trees, and I think that would make environmentalists very unhappy. So to me, the way it's phrased right now is just too rigid. So that's why I like the idea of sending it to National Council to see if one can find a way of formulating this that's a little bit more flexible.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Emily Fair, Alberta Synod, she, her pronouns, please. I did want to ask, just for clarification, if there's a list aside from the church mentioned in Edmonton where there is a potential grant that could be acquired, is there a list of pre-identified churches, congregations, or buildings where this could be implemented, especially considering our current financial issues with congregations threatening to have to close or come together?
I can't answer that, I'm sorry.
Okay. That's all right, thank you.
Microphone 2 and then 1.
Clifford Reinhardt, rostered delegate, BC Synod, he, him. Madam Chair, I think the motion to refer is out of order. And under Bourneau, a motion that is in order must be debatable. But since the administrative bylaws say that a motion of this kind, where there is financial implication, must be referred, then it's not possible to debate the motion to refer because it's not possible to vote no.
Correct.
Therefore, I think we should deal with the motion the way it is, and I think, if I may offer a suggestion, I think Marcus's proposal to amend would be very helpful.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Rick Ritz, Eastern Synod, and a lay delegate, he, him. As one of the supporters of the motion, I certainly support Marcus's offer to amend and segregate the financial piece of it out if that's the stumbling block. I agree with all the comments about action being required. Our congregation in New Hamburg, Ontario has had solar panels on our roof since 2013. We took advantage of a government program, so the economics are a little different, but we enjoy about a 15% return on our investment, which you're not going to get quite that now with the current programs that are available. But I know that the economics are such, and I've got a solar installation on a farm that I'm involved in, and looking at another installation, and the economics are still very viable, as Marcus has pointed out, even without the grants, and there are new grants federally and in some provinces that have just been announced. So that would also help on the financial side, as well as looking at it on the stewardship of creation side. And I think that separating out the financial implications of this, I think that if we agree to facilitate a program for the installation of renewable sources, we're not saying that we have to put one on every building. Obviously, you're not going to put one in a shaded building or cut down trees to put up solar panels. But if we develop a program I'm confident that the finances will work themselves out because the cooperative that Marcus identified, there are others across the country. There's a very large one in the Kitchener-Waterloo area called Community Economic Development Co-op. You can look it up online. We've got many, many installations, including the one in the farm that I'm involved in. And the economics are such that even without government subsidies, they're making sense because the cost of the panels and the installation themselves have come down and the cost of electricity keeps going up. So I think that the financial part will work itself out. We were just hoping that it would make some sense to use funds as investment seeds, not necessarily gifts or so. While they do have budget implications, it would be budget implications that would likely make sense. It's more about, so it's more about the delay, that sending it to NCC without any kind of priority from this group. You know, perhaps an amendment that makes it a priority that they have to respond in a certain length of time or something, but it's more about the delay than the financing, because I'm convinced that the financing will make economic sense on its own.
Thank you. Microphone 1, or 2, sorry.
Jan Hansen, he, him, Eastern Synod. I think some of us have a bit of a difference of opinion as to what it means to refer something to the NCC. What I'm hearing a lot of is concern that when we send something off to the NCC, that's somewhere out there, and it's a black hole that things don't really return from. We've just been through an election process, and we have some excellent people on the NCC, and they're here with us. They have ears, and they are listening. So my understanding, my expectation, based on hope, is that the NCC is listening, and they're hearing the priority. So when we refer to them an issue, and we've said, this is something that we'd like to have something done with, it's not headed out to a black hole out there. It's headed to people who are here with our expectation that something's going to happen. So, I think this is an area, when we're talking about climate, where we need to do something. Let's empower the NCC with our expectation that they do something.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Chris T-Tart, MNO Synod. I have some experience with geothermal energy, and I'd just like to suggest that the idea to not only provide alternate heat or cooling sources, energy sources, but also include insulation. Insulation has been shown to actually be a much better bang for your buck if possible, to actually reduce the amount of energy required in the first place.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
I would defer to the previous speaker.
Microphone 1.
This is 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Wayne Ho, President LCBI. Before the last 20 years, I got in community development in LCBI. I spent 25 years in the controls industry. Multiple renewable energy projects, cogeneration, dual energy generation, and solar panels are wonderful. Heat pumps are wonderful. For many of the rural churches, want to follow up on what was just being said, including, and I'm just, as a guest, I'm just suggesting that having an energy strategy is a good step, number 1. Currently, if you take a look at solar panels, while the economics seem to work out, in 10 years that solar panel needs to be replaced. They're a guarantee, but not the production, right? So all I'm saying is, having this level of experience in energy and energy production, include those words, keep those words, but I would recommend that an energy strategy, as we were doing at LCBI, we were having the companies, the Crown Corps in that particular case, come in and review. And we're going to save a pile of money. just by insulating, just by cleaning up whatever it is. So agree with what's there, but don't limit yourself.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Just for the purpose of Mark Chanasic, Alberta Synod, just for the purpose of discussion, that not to change order or to diminish the importance of stewardship in creation and things like that. But I have a real hard time going back to my congregation and the people that I work and live with, telling them that we came up with a solar power plan and we didn't talk about kids needing lunches in schools and domestic violence and depression and rates of suicide. And to National Church and our biggest group and body, we will have a plan and a task force for carbon neutrality and net zero. We have the inclusion task force that are all doing very important work, but I'm going to say we have a huge issue in our human capital. Environmental capital is definitely an issue for sure, but it definitely needs to move on our plate that there are big issues in our communities, in kids, in families, in our regions. And that needs to become a priority. I think it needs to be a local priority and that congregations need to be doing their work in their area. And I see the same thing with this, that if a congregation has chosen that this is a calling of theirs in their area to do, that it should just be up to them. Perhaps some tools to be able to refer to or use, awesome, but in my, opinion, we have much bigger issues than solar panels.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Steve Hofford, I use he, him pronouns, Eastern Synod delegate. In my first call in Kingston, Ontario, we put solar panels on the building, and of course everybody was concerned about the finances and how we were going to do that. Kingston at the time, still does, had a fairly substantial endowment fund, and we decided to borrow the money from our endowment fund and pay it back at an interest rate higher than our investments were getting. So not only did we put solar panels on the building, which paid for themselves quite quickly, but our endowment fund also did better because we had a bigger return on investment. So I think this doesn't necessarily have financial implications other than good ones.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
With all due respect for people standing in line, I would call for the question, please.
There isn't a question on the floor right now, Murray. We're in community of the whole. I'm sorry. Go back and make your motion.
I would move that we move from the committee of the whole.
And return to the business of the day.
Business of the day, please.
Okay, it's moved. Is it seconded? It's seconded. All those in favor of returning to the motion that was on the floor prior to committee of the whole, please raise your hands. Those who wish to continue discussion, please raise your hands. And it has, we're staying in discussion. I just will remind you it's after 5, so you're delaying your dinner. That's your choice. That's totally your choice. Microphone 1 and then 2.
I just want to make sure, am I allowed to speak a second time? Because I know I was already...
Because we're in committee of the whole, yeah.
Oh, yay, thank you. I'm Etienne Eason, Eastern Synod. I just want to politely respond to a previous comment, because I think these conventions are an important place to have these sorts of conversation. The comment being that solar panels being a low priority. And I think this comes from a perception that creation is somehow separate from humanity, and that human concerns need to come before what concerns creation. And I really want to remind everyone that the consequences of the climate crisis are on humans. It's about the people in Jasper who don't have a worship space anymore because the Anglican and the United Church burnt down in wildfires. It's about the people who are forced out of their homes right now, right here in Manitoba because of the wildfires. It's about the people in Texas who are grieving loved ones. This is an emergency, and it's not just about the quote-unquote environment. It's something that's affecting humans in a very real way, in a very tragic way. So I really want to remind everyone that this is intertwined, and that this is a human issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Eric Bjorgen, roster delegate from Salmon Arm, British Columbia. I am somebody who is from a community where about 130 homes has burned down recently, so this is an issue that is close to my heart. I will ride my e-bike to church because I feel like getting there without using fossil fuels is a sacred obligation. I will say that I am very heartened to hear the appetite in the room to do a lot of things, and I think that one of the things that excites me about this Facing Today and Dreaming for the Future process is that perhaps we will discover ways to collectively reduce the bottleneck of our governance on the number of tasks that we can pursue simultaneously. And I think that, you know, I want to be respectful of the fact that our National Church Council has an enormous task before it in terms of thinking about the shape of our church, but also to celebrate that one of the things in reshaping that church might allow for would be for our structures to be able to be more frequently able to have initiatives that are started at the local level and to find communities to forward those things. And I think that that's a wonderful opportunity for us as a church as we look at this task over the next 3 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Hi, Emily Barber, Sask Synod lay delegate. I would like to make a motion to exit the committee of the whole and return to the business of the day.
It's moved. Is it seconded? It's seconded. The motion to return to the orders of the day is before you. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. The motion on the floor, when last we left, was a motion to refer this motion to NCC. Microphone 1.
Karen Kunert from the Eastern Synod. My question to you is, does it need to be Marcus who makes the amendment now?
We can't amend a motion now because the motion is to refer. If you want to, if you want to amend the original motion, you need to defeat the motion to refer, and then we'll look at the original motion. I do want you to think about whether it's possible to ask NCC to create a, whatever we're talking about, I'm sorry, I'm tired, without funding. So just by, you know, are you prepared to do a program without funding? Think about it. Microphone 2.
Paul Kopjar, ABT Synod. I think we've had some wonderful discussion and shared a lot of ideas around the value of creation care. And we probably all, on some level, are in agreement with that. It seems like we also won't be able to put together a program that adequately addresses this during our convention here, but that referring it to NCC with all the information that we've shared is a wonderful place for it to go, and they can develop something that can come back. And it's not necessarily that it even takes bylaw changes in 3 years, because it might not necessarily be a bylaw change that they come up as necessary. A resource hub could be something they choose to pursue differently as well, but that would give them the freedom to come up with something and the information that we have provided as direction.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Clifford Reinhardt, roster delegate, BC Synod, he, him. Madam Chair, to repeat what I said earlier, and now to rephrase, I ask you to rule the motion to refer out of order.
Cliff, you are wise beyond your years, which are many, but not that many. But I'm not prepared to do that. You can challenge the chair.
Madam Chair, with all due respect, I challenge the ruling.
Okay, so the chair has been challenged. We don't have to fist fight. But the vote that will come before you is number one, yes, you support the ruling of the chair, or no, you don't support the ruling of the chair. You support what Cliff said, which is to rule the referral motion out of order. So if you vote yes, we're staying with the motion to refer. If we vote no, you're challenging the chair and you're taking that motion to refer off, and the original motion will come forward. Microphone, it's not debatable. It's not debatable. Question, okay.
Thank you. If we rule with Cliff against you, and therefore the motion to refer disappears, but we still have a rule that motions that have budget implications must be referred. Does that mean that the original motion is automatically referred to NCC?
I would rule it out of order unless it is significantly changed.
Okay. Okay.
Did you want to ask a question, microphone one?
Yes. Karen Lee, BC Synod. Could Cliff give his reasons again, please?
He says because the motion, sorry, Cliff. Okay, because the motion contains a financial thing, it is out of order because it has to be referred to NCC. So it could just should just automatically be referred to NCC instead of us voting on this. Is that close? No.
Well, just to add to that, under Bourneau, a motion is in order if it's debatable. But because of the administrative bylaws, it's not possible to vote no to the motion to refer. Therefore, the motion's out of order.
What he said. Okay, are you ready to vote? We're going to vote by hand. Yes, you're voting on the challenge to the chair. The first thing is, I will ask you if you want to support the ruling of the chair, which is leaving the referral on the table, or no, if you want to defeat the ruling of the chair, which is we scrap this motion and I rule the next motion out of order. Got it? All right. The yes vote, support the ruling of the chair. Thank you. And the no vote, which would be to scrap the referral, I'm calling that lost. Of course, you can challenge the chair.
Since the chair has been supported.
Microphone one.
Herman Seideman Lay from BC. Since the chair has been supported, I would like to call the question on the motion.
If you're calling the question on the motion that is now...
That's the motion to refer.
The question is on referring the resolution. Okay. Is that seconded? It's seconded. It's before you. We're going to use electronic voting. So this is the motion to refer to NCC. Okay. Can you please be silent? Can you please be silent? Thanks. It should be being pushed to you. Is anyone having voting difficulty? 17, I don't know what table that is. 11, 17, 11. What are you over there? 18? Oh, that was my hockey number. 16, 15, there's quite a few.
Facilitate a program means you've got to put human resources against it and develop materials, and that's money. So this doesn't clarify anything. It takes some of the specificity out of it, but it doesn't take away the need to put money against it.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna move it back. Yeah.
Anybody need help?
Does anyone else need help with voting? Oh, sorry, table 2. 8. You had your hand up, Susan. Yeah, it's okay. Wave. I think we have them all. I'll give you another few seconds. Has anyone not been able to vote? And we'll call voting closed. What? Have you been able to vote? Okay, I call voting closed. And we'll see the results. In favor of referring is 101 and opposed 44. Yes, so it has been referred to NCC. This way it will get discussed, otherwise I would have ruled it out of order, because even if you take away the financials about using the mission funds and other programs to facilitate the creation of a program and to develop a hub for resources, uses staff time, which we just don't have right now, so it would have a financial implication. So, let's call on the chaplain. Thank you for that discussion, though. Thank you for that discussion.
How sad that we have to leave. The Lord be with you.
And also with you.
At the end of a long afternoon, O God, we thank you for time. We thank you for gifted presentations. As we approach what could be described as the Last Supper, we are so thankful for the people of this place. We ask you to bless in our name and in our spirit our technical crew who have worked so hard to keep everything rolling, and those who have prepared the food that we have eaten. The kitchen staff, those who serve, those who have waited upon us. We do all this thankful for the many gifts, including the food that you give us at the dinner we're about to have. And as we do so, we stand and sing. Be present at our table.
There's an announcement. Again, I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to our visionary sponsor for this convention, Ecclesiastical Insurance. We're grateful for their very generous support of our gathering and of all our convention sponsors. So when you get a chance, please say thank you to them. Is Peace available? Peace, you were going to come and talk to us about checkout. Is that correct? Why don't you just sit down for a moment? Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Okay, concerning our checkout tomorrow, there has been an email that was earlier sent out detailing the instructions. However, there's a bit of an amendment because we talked to them and we realized that it would be better for the buses to come in front of the hall here, the MPR. So when we check out in the morning, if you go to your residence, there's already, a label that shows where we can drop our keys, because the guest desk wouldn't be open that early in the morning for those of us that want to check out early. So there's a drop box, and the drop box is directly opposite the elevator. So you will see ELCIC label there. Just go to the drop box and drop your key. And if it's possible, come out with your luggage to the hall here. Then after the worship, the bus is going to be there the first bus is going to be here by 11:30 to take those that their flight is within maybe between the hours of 1:30 and 3 p.m. And the second bus will be here by 2 p.m. to take the other people to the airport. There are some that will also be leaving very early in the morning. We have made arrangement for cars to take them. And those people have been contacted through their email. So if your flight is before 1 p.m. and you've not gotten an email, please let us know so that we'll be able to connect you to the driver that will take you to the airport. I think basically these are the checkout information. I don't know if anyone has a question. Yes. When does it open, the checkout is going to be opening by 8:30 a.m. So by 8:30 a.m., maybe after worship and your flight is not early, you can still go back to the residence and check out. They've given us extended time for our checkout. Usually it should have been between 10 and 11 a.m., but they've allowed us for as long as we want to still be around to check out. Any other clarification? Yes. How late? They will be closing by 4:30. Yes. Yes.
I'm just wondering, for those of us that are taking the 2 o'clock bus, will there be anything in this area that we'll be able to grab lunch with?
Unfortunately, we don't have lunch prepared for tomorrow.
I realize that, but it's also everything will be closed downstairs.
Yes. There are place where we can get on the downstairs, the residence there is, the shops there are open, so we can go grab something there. We can double check and give you an information back on that. I'm not sure of the weekend, but I know in the weekdays they were open.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bon appetit.